Hello.
Nice to be back. All right. Our agenda's pretty short for today. Make some progress on that. Just for the record, so that we're on the same page, do we have done in TA 2, 3, 6, 7, and 9?
Correct.
And we have started working on exchanges and talking on 4, 10, and 11.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Where would you like to start today? I'll admit I like to start at 10 and 11 because I like wins, but
Well, we had given you a 4
Yep.
at the end of the last meeting.
Yep.
We're hoping to start there.
okay, well, why don't do you have a 10 and 11 counter to give me after we're done with 4?
Not at this time.
Sorry, I'm going to walk them things you again.
We also have a 5.
We have
Yeah.
Here's your, I know that's one. All right. For number 4, let me preface with, what has been done is a consolidation of associations' initial proposal, district's initial proposal, and association's counter proposal. If something was missed, rest assured, it was a treat. The numbering, just ignore the numbering. The numbering is a nightmare. If something was missed, please just feel free to ask. It certainly was not intentional. It was just simply. I'm going to try to make sure I get through it all, and so I've got multiples here in front of me. I bet your last one, our last one, in front of us. So 421. What I have done in 421, or what we have done in 421, is you had talked last meeting about the fundamental intent and purpose. That's why you didn't like the language, right? So we have struck what we had, what you had, what was in the initial language. And if you go to the very bottom of the first page, what I think this is an attempt to do is basically take 4242, but summarize it up into one sentence, one sentence. So if a certificated staff member experiences interference, intimidation, or harassment, again, this is under the public concern section, under a public matter, you're to report the incident to your building administrator, and then essentially the building administrator takes it. They will speak with the certificated employee about it. They will meet with you and talk about it. They'll provide a written summary of the plan of action to support the employee and to address the concern. They will be the one that engages with the member of the public. You might be asked to go to the meeting, but not, but that will be part of the plan. Literally simplifying the entire process and allowing you to not have to be in the middle of a dispute with a patron, having your administrator step in, having a written plan, and really an effort and an attempt to have the admin support personnel. So that's what all that strikeout is through. It's basically when you looked at 4242, unsettled matters from everything above it end up with the administration anyway. So we figured, let's just simplify it and let's pull the matter out of you having to do. But that also goes back to a little bit of what you were saying about parents complaining about dropped grades, having to pay for course. Redirect it back to where it should be, back to the administration. So then if you go to page 3, the staff to staff concerns, if I recall 431 we were in agreement on. Four, 3, 2, we had proposed something, you had either rejected it or countered. That is the counter, same with 433. So what we basically have done in those is use very similar language that should be addressed with a staff member unless doing so would conflict with state or federal law or board policy requirements. Same with the building administrator mediating it. obviously, unless it conflicts with those three things. So that would cover the things that we had talked about at the last meeting, be it Title IX, Title VII, Title VI. Taking those out of consideration. Academic freedom in 4.5 is also a counter. The first sentence we still remain struck through. Last time we talked about human sexuality. Today I can talk about the science of reading. Because it was, when you had discussed it, it wasn't the what that is delivered, it was the how. And though it doesn't say that, I understand that that's what the suggestion was. Under what we're going to have to do starting this coming year with the science of reading, it's the what and the how. That the state is sort of, it's not the district that necessarily is mandating, it's the state. So I've just struck that first sentence. I mean, obviously, we recognize the board's role is to approve curriculum resources. Your role is to deliver instruction using evidence-based teaching practices for the content area. And again, recognizing that the curriculum resources should be the primary resource for instruction and learning, but clearly I recognize that that is not the only. So that subsequent language in there, which is the same language, if not similar, it's the same language as before, I think is delineating a little bit from the how and the what, but recognizing that the how and the what now has limitations. And that's why that first paragraph is struck in that counter. I don't think 4.51, 4.52, I don't think either of us had anything on sub-bullet points. 4.6. 4.61 has gone back and forth. Trying to remember which version you had countered on the, we had originally struck it, you had countered it. I am rejecting the counter and still having it struck. This is the problem with, honestly, documenting it all in one document. Tracking this all has been a real treat. So we would still like that language struck. For 7, 8, neither of us had anything on that. So like I said, this is just addressing the matters that we had raised. And like I said, if I missed one of them, please feel free to question or raise that. 4.10. We had struck that in the district's initial proposal. You have rejected that. We're coming back to the counter proposal of new language that is in the middle. That's quite simply that all teachers and pupil personnel should have the IPLP in accordance with Idaho Code and the Idaho Administrative Procedures Act that relates to those. So that's the counter on 4.10. 4.11, we had initially struck the mentoring, if I recall. You had originally given me the War and Peace version of the mentoring program. And what we're rejecting that language and instead countering again with the reference to Idaho Code 33-1201A, that staff holding the residency certification shall be provided with mentoring as outlined in Idaho Code 33-1201A. And as I had indicated earlier, when we first talked about this section, there was a whole lot of money involved in that one. So I initially was just going to shade it and say we can come back to that when we talk about funding, but instead this is the counter proposal on that. So that strikes out the next 2 pages, which was the association's proposal on mentoring. When you get to 4.14, this is where the funky numbering started, and I apologize for that. So you see 4.14 rejected and struck out there. Don't think for one second we don't think protecting the educational environment is important. It is. It's down below. It just sort of, when we were piecing these all together, it's definitely kind of made a mess. So ignore that for now. That section will be struck. That was somebody's language and I think it was yours. Supervision, we were rejecting the return, or the proposal from the association and have the language that is stated there, that the board and representative organization, clearly we agree that it's a top priority, students must be supervised. The language that you had proposed with regard to the schedules being discussed and jointly created, there's a few problems with it. It's created and posted during the first staff meeting. Well, that's going to take up the whole staff meeting. Before the first day of school, does that mean we can never change it again, or it's that and nothing but that? Taking into account the following interests. Some of those following that you had identified as the following interests were kind of subjective. So if it's not a unanimous staff decision, how do we do it? Somebody ends up filing a grievance because they didn't agree to it, but they feel that they did not get what they consider to be equity in their position. So we just struck that. It just had a visual of too many concerns that would be arising.
Are you talking about 451 supervision?
Yeah,
Where does it say unanimous?
it doesn't. That's the point. I mean, if you're going to create it by both the building administrators and staff, well, what if they don't agree? What if half the staff agrees and the other half doesn't agree? What if the staff and the administration don't agree? It just, I mean, clearly the goal is to, from the district, there's no reason to it not be the goal. It's student safety and quite frankly staff safety are top priorities, and that would try to come up with a system that's equitable, clearly cost effective. The district would have no interest in doing anything but that, and using the best interests of staff. But we're creating through that language a process that not everybody involved in the process will necessarily agree with, which would create a potential grievance that would not have otherwise been there. So that's why we went back to the one sentence we're proposing. Now, as I indicated, the paragraphs get all funky. So here's where classroom safety is struck, but if you look at the language in 414.1, and we had already discussed the fact that we can renumber things because it's kind of a mishmash as we're piecing all the numbering together. This 414 was protecting the educational environment. 414 is also classroom safety on our various drafts. So just a counter with 414.1. And it's basically new language and old language mixed together, talking about when the student's behavior is disruption, contacting the building administrator, obviously then going through a tier 1 support program, response to referrals within 48 hours, and then the process then continues through the next 3 paragraphs at the elementary level and the secondary level. It's pretty much what's being done now in reality. So it's identifying that, putting it down. The one other thing I wanted to specifically point out on that one is you'll notice in this paragraph, it's not the last, but it's the last that's not heavily indented. We have struck by the building matrix already established by procedures. We are saying that obviously secondary level behavior will be immediately addressed, but it's not necessarily by the building behavior matrix. That's part of what we had discussed the other day about manifestations. Also judgment calls on what is or is not following under that behavior matrix. Clearly behavior will be addressed. Should be addressed. Curriculum adoption committee, we had pulled it out. You can put it back in. I'm pulling it back out. So we've rejected your rejection of our rejection.
Could you explain why?
There is already a statutory process that relates to how curriculum is adopted. By having that statutory process involves 4 parties. It involves admin, board, teachers, and parents. Neither admin or parents are part of this agreement. This agreement is the board and teachers. So we already have to have a process that's identified by code. And that process involves two parties that are not part of this agreement. So we're already going to have to do a curriculum committee. If this is envisioned to be part of that, our problem is we're not following what the law says by doing it this way. If this is envisioned to be in addition to, why are we doing the same thing twice?
So I think maybe if I could just explain that we're not doing the same thing twice. We tried to
And I think you
explain
tried to
that
explain
before.
that last time, yeah.
So I'll go back over that just in case. Because we currently have one of these committees in action right now for English. And we had one for history last year.
And there's
Where
gonna, and your report was
teachers-
maybe math next.
And teachers and the admin from the district office work on that together because they're the people who know what the books should have. Okay, and then they whittle it down to 3 or 4 choices. Then the statutory group that has to, is a separate group. Those teachers don't have to be there. They go from building to building. They open it up several times. They allow parents to come in and have input.
Meeting and
That's
input.
the one that you're talking about, that it's not in the contract. So this one's important because the teachers want to be able to have some sort of voice in the curriculum that's being chosen in the district.
I think the teacher's voice is important to have it, a voice in the curriculum.
If
being
it's not
changed.
in here, we won't.
Well, you have a voice in the statutory process because teachers are required to be included in a component of that process.
Well, what if that component was, hey, teacher, you're invited to come look at the top 2 that we chose as a district, along with parents. And that's not being invested in actually going through with the knowledge that we have. That's the district saying, here's 3 choices, you and the parents can make a decision. That's really not having a voice, that's having a vote at the end. Not
Well,
having a voice
I
in
mean,
the
ultimately, the vote at the end is the board. It's a voice of which of however many number are put in front of you as to what you like and what you don't like. And some of those, let's go back to the reading. We're not gonna have much choice. Back to that academic freedom when we're having to use a specific thing that the legislature and the State Department will be mandating on science and reading.
But you do in secondary. So I think it.
I understand your position.
I mean, I would hate to pull something out that gives teachers the opportunity to give their expertise on something. Like, I mean, sometimes the district hires a person who is in charge of curriculum adoption who's not an expert at that particular subject. It could be a math teacher who's now trained to pick out, an old math teacher who's now an administrator who's trained to pick out English department.
Okay, let me ask, do you think the current person who's doing that is not qualified to do it?
No, I'm just saying in the future, we've had this in for a long
I
time.
understand, but it's a one-year agreement. So does the person who currently has the job, do you feel they are unqualified to aid with the parents, the board, and the teachers in selecting?
I personally would not give any remarks to the person's validity. I would say that they've already started on it, and it sure would be sad that they would end it because it's.
I understand and respect your position, I do, but the proposal is that this be done once, not twice. So that's why it's back as a rejection.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the code?
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at 33-118A now. Is there another code?
There are multiple
I'm
codes.
sure there's, like 33-118 has to do with
Say
curriculum
board.
materials generally. But 33-118A just has 2 persons who are not public educators, school trustees. So can you point to where
I will get you that exact number.
educators are?
Because there are about 3 different components there, because there's the state board component of the state choosing curriculum and all that, so I'll find you the exact number. I'll bring that back to you. 4.16. See if I got the right number. The heading is correct, I'm not sure if the number is correct, and that is the one about covering classes and substitute teacher shortages. If I recall, we were very close on the language on this one. Let me find it exactly where it is here. We gotta see who's it within. somebody's counter to somebody's counter. The 2 to 3 and the new sentence, if I understand correctly, there was difficulty in trying to get that report done prior to the end of the first trimester, so it was movement to the second trimester. If I can find what number that paragraph really is. It's 415. And this is 416, I guess I'm remembering. So originally, we had the 3 to 2 and the strike. And then we had added once per trimester, and instead we're changing that to once each year. And that the meeting shall be held before the end of the second try. And you have it on the last page of your calendar as 416 with a strike through and a 415. And I think your change was once per trimester, and ours was originally monthly. But that, yeah, I think, like I said, trying to find where these things are located in this file. The student transfer and drop, it is hoped that the intention in changing 4.2, where any interference, intimidation, or harassment by a member of the public or patron, that you redirect to the admin and they take care of it through that process as supporting you. And teacher formal feedback, we are rejecting that as the process for determining an admin evaluation is also outlined in code and then approved by the board. Admin is not part of the agreement. Therefore, their evaluation should not be part of this agreement. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that I don't think a teacher, I have absolutely no doubt a teacher has thoughts and impact and feelings about the way things are done in their buildings. The district does intend to start implementing some climate surveys. They just haven't found the tool yet or selected the tool yet that they want to utilize for that. The information, of course, would be public to the extent that it is not specific with regard to any individual employee, and or you could identify an individual employee from it under the confidentiality provisions of Idaho code, but not as part of the evaluation itself. As I'm sure with you guys, whenever you get feedback, you reflect. I would imagine that it will reflect as well. So, like I said, I hope everything was caught. I have no doubt that you will probably do the same thing I did just a little while ago, where you're looking back and forth and look at the subjects and the headings, not necessarily the numbers.
I had one.
Absolutely. That was my next question. If you have any questions.
Good. It was the word question. Sorry.
Okay, you'll find it.
Okay, I think the first one was mentoring.
Okay.
So, Idaho code
Mhm.
that we both understand here.
Yep.
For this mentoring. The state has recently, I mean, they understand that in order to keep our teachers, right, that we need some sort of mentoring program. And so, yeah, it says in 33-1201A that any instructional staff employed or pupil service staff will receive mentoring as outlined, but then it says in their IPL. But that's not really mentoring. In your IPL, you put in what you're going to perform. So this mentoring is supposed to guide them through those first few years. I understand there's money attached to it, but I guess I had hoped perhaps a counter would have been in place that might have addressed maybe the money or something else, but at least have recognized that we came forward with an idea on how to help facilitate what we currently have in our school, 3 teachers each getting a stipend And we sit at a table once in a while and have lunch and talk about something. There's really no guided mentoring that would help brand new teachers want to stay.
I do not disagree with you, and I don't think the district would disagree with you on the importance of mentoring, especially those in like 40 years. As I explained to you before, the process that you put forth, nobody could figure out what it cost, especially in the time when we were working on the budget. The money that came to pay for that in the past was leadership stipends, which no longer exist. State does not fund those anymore.
No,
We
I
used to. We're also down over 13 units. We're down over 13 units. That means the state's discretionary money that was flat is actually reduced. More ESSER money, so the money isn't there. I wish it was, and I hate to have, I sound like I don't like to be the messenger of bad news, but that's the reality. And in limited money times, you want it here or you want it elsewhere. Obviously, when we get to money, if you want to bring it up again, no pretty. No problem.
I understand limited many times, but I feel like if currently the mentorship thing that we are doing in the buildings, and it's differing from building to building. From what I understand, there are still people getting a stipend for that, so there is money. And we're just trying to figure out how to maybe funnel that money into a better program than just, hey, have lunch and talk. If there's no outlining what those people receiving the stipend should do, other than, hey, let's have lunch. And so in this case, it's maybe it's just making it more specific so that I would think that you guys would want to know that if you're going to pay somebody a stipend for something, that you actually, the work is getting done, and maybe the work is meaningful.
Next point.
I also have a question about the substitute shortage plan.
Sure. That's 15 or 16, depending upon which document.
The sentence, this meeting will be held before the end of the second trimester, what meeting would that be? And I am also concerned that not getting it done in the first trimester at all leaves like 2/3 of the year without a plan for what happens. Like shared to staff, like that's a really long time to wait to share that information with staff when it was previously shared by September 15th.
Well, it says that it will be held before the end of the second trimester. There's nothing that compels that can't happen before the end of the first trimester. That's just the end date it must be done by. That is just recognizing that there could theoretically be scheduling problems and have been scheduling problems in getting things done sooner rather than later. Clearly, if they're ready to go by the end of the first trimester, go do it.
But it still says they need to be submitted by the third week of the school year. That part wasn't struck out. So if they're being submitted by the third week of school each year and then not shared with the staff until potentially
Where do
the
you read
second
that
trimester,
the third week is by September 15th is struck out?
It's at the very top.
Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna flip. That's why I can't read it. Maybe right page. When is the first trimester?
Usually, yeah,
Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving.
If you want to bring it back and recommend that first trimester, feel free. Or if you want to bring it back and recommend maybe even a set week, if it's in, that could be easier.
I didn't like dates.
Well,
took out the date.
remember, it's still a first Monday of September, first Monday of October.
to the meeting, I still don't really understand, like, it doesn't talk about a meeting in that language at all, so I'm still confused as to what the meeting is.
Go back to. Yes. That's
I
the meeting.
think the plan typically isn't shared necessarily at a meeting, it could be shared in an email, or like, there's lots of different ways that that gets distributed to the staff.
Right.
And
And now we're-
specifying that it's a meeting and
Because-
that it's now gonna happen way, way later makes me nervous.
The plan will be shared with the faculty and monitored by the administration and building leadership team. Once each year, this meeting will be held. I think it was just trying to give some clarity as to the process so that it is done the same way all over the district and every building. If you want to share it by email, share it.
I have a question on supervision.
Okay, I would say which number, but in all honesty, yeah.
415.1 is what it's. What it is.
415 or 414 or one of the four. Okay, yes.
So, I understand what you had said about the rejection as far as
Mhm.
our language goes, but your proposal goes so far as to strike out the existing language.
Building administrator will work with their staff to arrange for equitable supervision and schedules
Can
in the
you,
building.
can you clarify the district position as to why the administrators would not work with their staff to ensure an equitable supervision schedule? Because what's left just says that,
One will be developed. Basically.
well, what's left is just, we agree that student safety is a top priority. Okay, we believe that students must be supervised before and after school. So if we all agree that students must be supervised before and after school, who's gonna do the supervision? Well, we are. Why are we suddenly not allowed any say at all, whereas before we had some?
The language that was struck was just basically for the same concept of equitable supervision schedule, equitable to whom and by whose standards. I'm not saying that there can't be better language in that, but that language is clearly something that leaves the district open for somebody to challenge, well, in their subjective perception, it is not equitable where it is for somebody else to potentially think.
So,
When you requested it, you didn't want to try and change it so that it sounded better.
Just not really against.
I did, I had it, but it was on 4.5 academic freedom. So your rationale, you were mentioning how, and it was early when we just started talking, so.
That's okay.
You were talking about how we all here before had talked about this one and that it was about
How versus what?
the how. Okay.
That was the distinction that you guys raised last meeting, yeah.
So if that was, then why did you still cut how?
Because in all honesty, it isn't how, in all honesty, the reality of academic freedom in K-12 isn't a reality. The state is saying what can and cannot be taught and how it can and cannot be taught. The process of permissions, the manner in which reading has to be taught. I'm not saying I personally am in favor of
No, no,
that,
no,
but what
I
I
know.
am saying is that's the reality of what the legislature's created is academic freedom isn't really free.
Well, and I think that is, I think that could be an opinion, how we phrase that, but how, I know that there are perhaps some curriculums out there that are scripted and really expect
Dave Robertson.
Sorry.
that teachers will, follow the script and that's how they will teach it. And I can see that how a teacher teaches reading, is different from the what the teacher's reading. But oftentimes in the higher grades, there is academic freedom in the how.
Well, but if you come down further and you look at the other bolded information that's, yes, that the board recognizes their role in improving curriculum resources. And there's also the discussion about the approved curriculum resources, the primary resource for instruction and learning. That's a recognition that, especially in secondary and especially in the areas that you're talking about. While I'm not calling it academic freedom per se, it is recognizing that, I'm going to use the word autonomy. I got to think of what's the right word in there. It's recognizing that there is still a level of professional judgment in what your secondary resources, your supplemental resources, and those types of things may impact. So while it's not entirely academic freedom, and that phrase is probably butchered by the general world, it's still recognition of your ability to use your professional discretion.
Well, and I agree with you with that particular sentence. The curriculum resource should be the primary resource, but that's when we're talking about resources and what we bring into the class. Again, not necessarily the how. How you are presenting some information.
Well, that would
Like a
be,
history class, for example, they have a history book, right, that has the history in it, but how they present that information is a how.
well, that, and the sentence above that is talking about simply
Evidence-based
using
teaching.
evidence-based teaching practices. So that's the how.
I just think it's, it could be sixes, but I still think it is important to the teachers to know that their district has their.
That's why that language is in there, because if the district didn't have your back, that language wouldn't have been added. It would have just struck that you don't have academic freedom. This is recognizing your professionalism and your professional judgment in using evidence-based teaching practices and secondary and supplemental resources. It's covering both. I told you some of the things some of the things that the district has no control of, and we will go.
They do have control over it, it's just whether they choose to.
Well, the civil penalties are not covered by the insurance. The legislature imposes for these matters. Criminal,
I
are
mean, the
they
teachers
fines?
are going to follow what the law says, and that's in the contract as well. We will follow what the state of Idaho determines. It's just when you allow a teacher to, when you say, just the act of saying you have academic freedom, just gives teachers a breath of fresh air. Just an opportunity to breathe and say, I've got it. I work for a district that has no doubt. But a district that says, no, I'm taking it out because you really don't have it, because your state really doesn't. It tells you that they're kind of,
Do you think the state allows you to have academic freedom?
I do in what I, in how I teach in my class. I
And that's
can
using
do a game one day.
evidence-based teaching practices.
Some games aren't evidence-based. Some things aren't evidence-based. And so if I played a game in my classroom and it wasn't evidence-based and didn't have data, then I could be told that I can't do that. That's not academic freedom, that's not that. There are certain things teachers do, and I think the district would agree that teachers teach and things that aren't always evidence-based. They should, everything is evidence-based, but not a game.
No,
Not
a game
sort of
might be.
dice game.
Actually, if you're
If I
looking
made
at,
it up, there's no evidence behind it, and there's people that
well, but if you're doing a dice game, and you're in a statistics class, there probably is evidence-based research behind how a dice game does work out. You also referenced earlier, and it's not one of the things that either party changed, and I'm in total agreement with that fact. that this agreement is to be interpreted in accordance with Idaho law and federal law, and I agree with you. That isn't exactly what it says in the actual 4.1 of the language. The 4.1 is one-sided, and it's only restricting teacher rights. Didn't ask to change it, not going to ask to change it. But it doesn't exactly say what you think it says in that paragraph.
Was that 4.1?
4.1. It talks about the teacher's rights are not restricted by federal or state law. It doesn't say that the teachers and the district have to comply with state and federal law. Yeah, theoretically we should. And yeah, theoretically, if you're not doing that, you're violating the code of ethics. I'll prefer to avoid that, and I don't want you guys in that position either. But this in 4.5.1 is an attempt to recognize both what the legislature has done and yet also recognize the professionalism and judgment of the teachers in the how and in the what.
Can I ask you a question about the first sentence in the same paragraph?
Which one?
451, academic freedom.
The one that's struck?
Yes.
Okay.
As you read this, certificated employees shall have academic freedom to teach in their assigned areas without interference. As you read that, where do you see the interference coming from?
Parent,
Is there,
legislature, patron.
because I think the way that we read that is we don't wish to see interference come from the district or from the board. And so I think that's,
Okay, now, okay, explain to me in what manner do you see that, give me a hypothetical, I guess, how the board could interfere.
well, I think, the district is an extension of the board.
The board, yeah,
They're one and the
they're
same,
one and the
right?
same, yeah.
And so the employee, the certificated staff has a concern that an administrator would interfere by saying, well, you can't do that lesson anymore, or you can't. And so that is where this comes from, is we don't want a supervisor, or another thing that's been stated is another employee, like when we have PLC, we decide our best practices for common formative assessment. But we're going to take the students to that common formative assessment differently. But what if your PLC lead says, no, you have to do it this way? Well, who's protected there? Is it the PLC lead saying this is what you have to do, or is it the teacher saying I should not be interfered with in how to deliver this instruction?
That would then go up to the staff concerns. If you felt that your PLC lead was saying, sorry, you can't do what you want to do, that's going to go up to that. Also, in taking it out, you're still allowed, you as the teacher, and in your role, you can deliver instruction using the evidence-based teaching practices for the content area, the approved curriculum. It doesn't say that you get vetoed by your PLC lead. If your PLC lead does try to veto you, then you're gonna come up with staff-to-staff concerns. If anybody's PLC lead veto them, just over,
It happens.
okay, good to know.
I have had it happen in the past, especially as a younger teacher. Like, somebody walks in and sees me teaching something in a different way, and they're like, you can't teach it like that. You have to only use this one thing from this one book that I had never even seen before. And then, like, I felt like I was in trouble. I went to my principal, and they were like, I don't care what you use. But, like, if I had been more aware of the contract and known that piece, I could have been like, I actually have academic freedom in my own classroom to teach this the way that I would like to teach it.
But you solved that problem by going to your principal, and your principal said, no, you can use what you want,
Yes.
which is basically the secondary and supplemental resource. It is the additional sentence in there. And your principal told you that employee was wrong,
Yes.
which was effectively indirectly using staff-to-staff concern.
Yes. But
So it
there
worked.
are teachers that maybe wouldn't have felt comfortable going to have that conversation against somebody that they were working super closely with and having that piece in the contract would be a way for them to have a conversation maybe with their peer.
I can't, let me say this because I don't want to offend anybody. I can't write the language here for that one person who has the inability to follow what the agreement tells them to do. The agreement tells them to use evidence-based practices and that they can pick their primary and their secondary and supplemental resources. It's telling them exactly what we've just talked about. And if they're having problems with that, then they go to the principal above with the staff-to-staff concerns. I would like to support that person, but there's nothing different about that one sentence, whether that's in there or not, that's going to change that process.
Well, actually, the situation is using this year's contract.
I understand that.
I still, so I mean, we'll have to come back with the counter, but I think this could be also an and. I don't think that putting in the deliver instruction using evidence-based teaching practices and the other sentence there can't also be with determine how curriculum should be taught, with the how in there. And I also think you could have the academic first sentence in there as well. I think it could be all of it and still, and then without taking out. I think it's still meaningful for everybody instead of meaningful for the administration. I think it could be and.
I understand your point, and I've explained to you that from our perspective, from what the legislature is mandating, unfortunately, true academic freedom in its layman's understanding or even butchered understanding by the world in general doesn't really exist.
Is there a reason that you did not choose to retitle this section then?
No, because it's still directing a teacher to, if a teacher is looking for a section on, okay, how can I teach? How can I be free to teach what I want to teach? They're going to look for that head. And this is sort of our definition of what academic freedom is. It is that you use the approved curriculum, you use the evidence-based teaching, you use the secondary and supplemental resources. So it's attempting to define for our purposes what it is.
Okay.
And actually, that was a really good question. I'm glad you asked that because I didn't review that when we talked about it, because that was something that was talked about. How would a teacher know where to find this if we titled it something different? Give it a
So you're saying that defines freedom.
That defines
You
freedom
believe that
within
deliver instruction.
the
using
Idaho
evidence-based-
Falls School District, yeah.
I had a question on the first page.
It doesn't have a whole lot left in it.
So in looking at the original language, like the current contract,
Here's the funny part, yeah, what is, and that's why I intentionally did the same thing you're doing, it's flipping back to the original, not the counter to the counter to the counter to the whatever, yeah.
so
It's a total simplification.
right, the bolded is the rejection, but then there's the new clause at the bottom, but
Right.
can you help me understand? Because the original language, it speaks to the intent of all the parties to handle
Lowest level.
things at the lowest level. It seems like the new language does not direct
It creates
anybody
basically
to
one level.
go to the lowest level. And what is that one level?
That if you are having a problem with a patron, or if a patron's having a problem with you, it gets handled at the admin level. So if a parent is giving you a hard time, you redirect and or you communicate with your admin and they take over. Let me explain the why. And we talked a little bit about this earlier. I'm going to break the why into two parts. Part one is a parent's not party to this agreement. So this agreement can't tell them what to do.
But it can't tell the administrator what to do.
They can, to redirect back to you.
Yeah.
If a parent doesn't want to talk to you about something, we can't force them to do that. And we also can't ignore it at the same time if it's a valid complaint, because that violates some of the different federal standards for various things on various types and causes of action. So it may be valid, it may not be valid, but we can't ignore it. This way, we are directing them out of your day-to-day interference, it's the exact language, interference, intimidation, or harassment, and putting it on the admin. Clearly, if a parent comes to you and wants to talk to you, you have no problem talking to that parent. You don't consider it interference, intimidation, or harassment, and you're going to talk to them and hopefully resolve it. If you do consider it intimidation, interference, or harassment, you're going to redirect to the admin, or you're going to contact your admin. Likewise, if a parent comes to the admin, they're then going to listen, they're then going to talk to you and go through the process that we've outlined here. It's a way of addressing the fact that if a parent doesn't want to deal one-on-one, it's also a way of addressing that you don't have to be subject to harassment, abuse, or intimidation, sort of what you had talked about with the grade thing, withdrawals and the fees and all of that. You shouldn't be subject to that. That should be handled by the administration.
It's really not harassment and intimidation. That doesn't count.
But if they're
They just want to drop their kid and they don't know the information and we give it to them. That's all that is.
and we've talked that through, we're gonna make sure that that's a counseling thing that's handled. And or an admin thing that's handled when a kid drops a class. But you shouldn't have to be the one that is answering the parent's question 6 or 8 weeks later when that parent's mad and why did my kid get an F or why do I have to give the money? That should be an admin responsibility. You shouldn't have to deal with it. It's just taking all of that intimidation, interference, or harassment off of your plate and moving it.
So, as you were talking there, you had said that, as an example, if a parent goes to the administrator with a complaint about a teacher, then that gets handled through the process. So can you walk me through this process, just so we can kind of play out the scenario? So we're not talking about interference, intimidation, or harassment. We're talking about a parent has maybe a frivolous complaint about a teacher, and they go right to the administrator.
You'll probably never hear about it because the administrator is going to realize it's a frivolous complaint, and why should we have to redirect this back down to you? It's only things that are of a significant nature that are going to hit that interference, intimidation, or harassment level
But what
that
if,
are going
what
to
if,
trip.
what if the administrator doesn't think it's frivolous, but the teacher would? Then there's no way for the teacher to be notified of it. And then does this then create a culture where,
Let me ask the question. Do you
well,
want
can
to?
I finish my question?
Okay.
Does this then create a culture where parents realize that they can go to an administrator and then these problems fall on the administrator more frequently, but then things aren't actually directed to the teacher?
As a reality, they're already getting the parents coming to them complaining about various things,
Yeah, but the current language redirects
and the
them
parent
to
does
the,
not have to do that.
Right.
yeah, but.
And then,
and
but
it-
the administration still has to handle it, even if the parent refuses to go down to the level and talk to the teacher.
So why not at least attempt to send that to the teacher?
We can add that in, we can ask them
That's
to
what
do
the current
that.
language did.
Well, but then it also has like 20 other steps after it.
I'm
What
just
I'm
looking at
trying to say,
14 too.
yeah, I know, but what I'm trying to say is, we can't force them to do that. If we ask them to do that, certainly we can ask them and they can say, no, not gonna do that. And the administration still has to deal with the problem. So the goal in doing this is if the administration's still gonna have to deal with the problem and complaint, why doesn't it just stay there? Why doesn't the administration just deal with the problem or complaint instead of having to drag you into it all the time? Now, you may, as you see here, you'll get you'll get acknowledgement of receipt of a concern, meeting with the certificated staff members, the admin's gonna come down and say, hey, I got this complaint regarding whatever. This is, just tell me the story. And they're gonna tell you the story. And they're gonna provide a written summary of a plan of action to support the employee and address the concern. If it's a frivolous, and you've explained it all, and I think it's frivolous, okay, the plan of action is, I'm gonna go back and tell the parent that this is what the policy is, this is what the regulation is, the teacher did everything right, please do not, harass or bother the teacher. If there is a concern that, okay, they don't like the teacher, happens, right? They'll come down and talk to you. They'll learn that, okay, there's just a conflict of personalities, say, between the teacher and the student. Summary of the plan of action, maybe, okay, at trimester, we're reviewing the student. We've addressed the concern, we've supported the employee, we've addressed the parent's concern. You, if I redirect that parent back to you though, you can't necessarily effectuate that transfer in that particular situation. You'd have to work it back up through the administration anyway. It's just putting it all sort of where it belongs and keeping you out of the mess beyond, hey, what's going on? Hey, we've got a complaint, and letting you know what we're gonna do about it and supporting you through that.
So in this case, if our admin is asking us to reach out to disgruntled parents about things, that would then be grievable.
If it's not part of a summary of a plan of action and support to you, it theoretically could be, yeah.
What about, when a parent doesn't come to an administrator and goes directly to a board member? Or to superintendent?
And that should be redirected back down.
Not according to,
No, or
Well,
students?
under the board standard ethics and chain of command, they are supposed to redirect it.
Because that's not what it's happened.
Do you have a section 5 you want me to look at while you're thinking about any other additional potential questions on the board?
not,
Okay. You want me to review something while you're, you know?
One for you.
Oh, perfect.
yeah,
Yeah.
we brought it up.
Yeah, since she said there was gonna be a counter already, I need, if you work on it, sorry, I'm all behind you again, not looking at anything. I love that 5 is nice and short. One page. Okay.
Any other questions?
No, but I was just gonna say, we also have been working on where we match.
I know, and
It's
isn't it a
stuck together.
nightmare?
And, what we did was we used colors.
Okay.
But we don't have a color printer to do that, so we'll
That's
be
okay. I
probably
will,
looking at bold and italics, and we'll kind of
And-
guide each other through that.
and rest assured, I do understand the complication in that. And like I said, if I missed anything in that query, not intentional, just trying to. And if I remember, is this, I'm just gonna ask the question, is this a counter to the district's proposal on 5, and you still desire 5.9 to be? That was the only thing you guys changed in
Yeah, we
Article
have
5.
So,
So 5.9 would be added on
yeah.
to the
So
bottom.
if you want to
That's
smush
okay.
those together as we said.
Okay. Yeah, because it's, we were working off the same document, going back and forth, and like you were red and I was blue, the life would be so much easier. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that-
Okay, so let's start with 5.13.
The rejection of 503.
Okay,
Yeah.
open board meetings was added in the boards. Are you rejecting that part or not, since it was included in here?
I would have to look at it.
I need to look again.
The document we had was
It may be on
bolded and underlined, and so we. But the struck through part was,
Oh, okay.
Okay, I got it. No, we're good. We're
You
good.
had, open board meetings bold.
Bolded and underlined, and it shouldn't have been.
And then you.
Okay, yep, you got that. Okay,
yeah, so the struck through part we reject because participating in a meeting related to policy is not the same thing as voting on that board policy.
I have some thoughts. Okay. ETA'd on 5.2.
correct?
I have a feeling I know what 5.7 is about. The rejection of May on the agenda and as requested by and within the parameters of the board. Okay, I think I already know what that's about. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you had referenced the change in legislation. Um,
That open meeting is now, or public comment is now, public comment.
And I think first we just want to point out that we have had this in practice for 50 years that we've been on this agenda. We've been able to speak, including giving the report orally, which we haven't for the majority of this year. And to the same point, with the change in legislation, then it really opens up a board meeting for anybody to talk. And that's fine. That's their First Amendment right. But we feel as the association, we're well equipped to kind of funnel people's concerns onto one place because we are their representative to represent our members in vast majority of our bargaining unit. And so we can give a clear, sober kind of take on what is going on using our institutional knowledge, whereas fragmented members of the public maybe could not, or at a certain point the board, would be inundated with these public comments.
Can I ask a question that may aid us in getting somewhere? Report orally versus report in writing. So, the quality of input that came when we started really doing input in writing during COVID, so much better than oral report because people are kind of thinking about exactly what they want to say. They're not limited in time. You don't have the nerves of standing up talking in front of people or feeling interrupted. Is it the ability to get the information before the board, or is it the method of providing that information that's most important to you?
Well, if it's one, it has to be the other, right? Like,
Not necessarily.
because if we're not giving this material to the board, then what does it matter what the method is?
Well, I'm asking you, ignore this language for the moment.
Sure, yeah. I'm just trying to
So,
understand your
okay.
question.
No, it's good. I want us to be on the same page. So I understand the desire to get information before the board. So I'm asking you from hypothetical, not this language perspective, is it getting the information before the board that you want to get before them more important, or is it the method or manner in which it gets put before them? Doing it orally versus writing.
I think I understand. As a matter of practice, what we've done when we've had an oral report is also had a written version of it that is also submitted. And so there is a paper record of it where we do believe
Also
that.
going to be a video record.
But yeah, and then in an oral report, then it's before the public. And when it's just a written report and it is at a board meeting and it's just acknowledged and then passed on, that, quote unquote, acknowledgement doesn't really feel like much of an acknowledgement to our members.
And it is a public record, so it can be asked for.
Yes, but the oral report allows this to come before everybody participating in the meeting and attending.
I think you've answered my question.
Okay.
I'm betting with 4, you want more than 20 minutes, even though that is one of our rules, so why don't you meet me back here in 20 minutes and we'll add more time to it?
Yeah, we're going on
Okay.
that. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Logan,
Logan, you
um,
sometimes feel like big, we're being watched.
yeah,
Okay.
all the time.
All right, you
Um,
need a little bit more time?
Yes, and as we've been working through, we've caught some things that we just wanted to clarify.
Okay, well, like I said, let me know the questions, and I appreciate that you're letting me know the questions. Okay, which ones?
So, because we've smushed together four,
Yeah, we tried to smush together four. Okay,
there were some things in our initial proposal
okay,
that weren't included in what you just handed to
tell me
us.
what those are.
That's 412. Building level inputs.
First of all. Bill, okay. What was the,
We had just noted that wasn't there.
Okay,
We
well,
wanted
okay.
to-
you had no changes on it?
Correct.
We had no changes on it, right?
Yeah, it just wasn't
Okay.
included, so we just wanted. to
Anything
get it
that
out.
you had no change on or that we had no change on, I did not put, because it was already a mess.
Okay, so then that same thing with 413.
413, yes.
Okay. And then
And I
we
think
had talked about
you had like
revision, and
you
then
had 401 through 4, whatever. You had 401, that shouldn't be in there either, because neither of us had anything on that. We had some changes in 402. So yes, we had changes in 403. So if it was something that neither of us had a change in, the language that currently exists. Okay.
and then there was one that was 415-2.
Student
Student-related
safety.
safety training.
Okay, let me double check on that because I want to double check if I had kept that in here or if I have that. I will double check that though. This 8 is hours and conditions. Okay, I will double check that.
Then
And that
I
is-
think that was it.
4.15.2. Okay.
I think that was it so far.
And while I have you here, let me just confirm, because she had indicated that in 5, you had done the same thing in Smush.
Yeah.
The copy I have for 5 wasn't smushed. It was just a response, it just had 5.1, 5.2, and 5.7. It did not have your 5.9. So that's why I just want to make sure that that was the intention. Or if she didn't, she may just not have given me the right copy. Either way, it's the same idea that you had. It's just,
Yeah, maybe it was a page printer thing.
yeah, it absolutely
should-
could have been.
it
Okay,
should
so
be.
it should be. Okay,
So if you could include that, that's returned.
okay, I can do that.
And then, the document that you exchanged at the table didn't match the digital version that was sent over. So if there's a digital version that does match, that would be nice to work with.
Sorry about that. Let me double check. All right.
And we're still working, so
You have anything on 10 or 11? I'm just gonna keep asking that, so, because we should have a win or two on 10 or 11, even if we get it.
we don't currently.
Okay. All right, let me figure out the electronic. I will figure out R 415.2, and you want 5.9 in your counter on Article 5.
Correct.
Excellent, I think we're on the same page?
Okay, can we go till, should we just call it 4:30?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's okay, that's printing. And we're all freezing.
Hold on. Thanks for your patience.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
it's a longer article that has lots of stuff in it. I can answer your one question though, that you did ask about student safety related training and the fact that we didn't address it in the 4 that you have. Yeah, and I told you, well, I think that's the one that I slid to 8 because I thought it belonged in 8. The subject matter I did slide to 8, and specifically in the area of 8.4, there's a whole chunk on professional learning. You've got edits on it, I've got edits on it, whatever, and that's the general. It just seemed to make sense there, because that's what the paragraph is about, student safety related training. Seems more appropriate with,
Professional learning.
yeah. That's what the subject matter's been moving.
Thank you. Ooh, it's warm.
Okay.
You want the blue one instead? Oh, you got the color. You don't know it.
Okay, counter proposal to the counter proposal to the counter proposal on 4, right?
Yes.
The smooshed version. Okay. Where would you like to
Okay.
follow your lead?
So we'll start at 422.
Okay,
And we called this a counter because we had taken that language that you had recently proposed, and we had moved that to a different spot.
okay.
And you'll see that in the new 426.
And I'll be honest, yeah, like you, the numbers are what, yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, this paragraph that appears to be a different color was moved lower. Okay,
Certificated staff member, yeah. And the reason being that that first paragraph that is in the original contract directs staff to handle things at the lowest level. And it doesn't force parents to do anything. The concerned party shall be referred to the teacher, doesn't force them. But then, along with your language that you proposed, moving that down to 426, then if there is intimidation or harassment, then that is there. And so along the same lines, bringing back in 423, 424, and just for clarity's sake, we kind of reformatted just to clarify that the rejection is to go to the original language that does not include certificated.
read the language that's in the blue that didn't struck out, that's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Thank you. That's where the point I almost said last time, and I'm like, the counter to, just read what is there, okay. And 426 is what was up in 422 that you moved, okay, I got
Yes.
that, that's this, there,
Yep.
okay.
Yes.
All right, staff to staff, I'm seeing some TAs on
Yes.
all three.
We have some TAs there.
Okay. 4, 5, you've got a counter. Like, that doesn't surprise me. She told me you were gonna bring a counter.
Yes.
All right,
So,
we've
Well-
just reformulated language. All right,
yeah,
what do we
we
got?
just kind of restructured it and then kind of outlined what we were discussing at the table
Mhm.
before, and just kind of, a lot of this is reordering it, so the paragraph. kind of
You're using a
flows.
lot of the same sentences. Yeah, okay.
Putting it all,
Putting the ideas
thinking
all
about
together.
and on this call.
Okay. And we had, neither of us had made any changes, if I recall, on 511, 512.
Correct.
513. Okay,
4-6 or
yeah, 461 is counter.
so we had called this a counter,
I understand, just read the language
just
that's
to
there.
go
Yeah.
back to the last language that we had proposed. Because this doesn't force the district to provide any training to administrators, because that, as you said, would not be covered by the contract. But in the event that the district does provide this training,
On consistent discipline procedure on evaluated policies.
yes, then the evaluation committee co-chair will be included.
Okay. I think I understand the intent of that. Okay, the PLP, we have,
We have the
TA.
TA, just to reduce that down.
okay, mentoring, we've got a counter. Is it the old language guy?
It is, but with some different dollar amounts.
Is that the only changes in here, the dollar amounts?
Correct.
Okay, let's chat through those.
Also, to just kind of go back again to that code, that it's really that the code, the Idaho code is mandating that a district has to offer that mentorship. They're not outlining what it looks like, and we don't have anything. So we actually thought about it and kind of put the work together to create an idea.
Mentoring stipend went from 1,000 to 750 and 500 to 375. On the first one, right?
Correct.
Second one was 750 to 500, 375 to 250, third one's 250, state 250.
Correct.
And I'm just gonna be upfront and honest with you like I was before, that given the dollars, this will probably be shaded when I come back. I mean, if we wanna talk about this, when we talk about compensation, I'm spending time burying myself in some of your financial stuff, and we'll need to have the discussions on where everyone's going. Okay, but I get what you've done here. 411 to,
That language is borrowed from the original right under mentoring. Because the
yeah, that,
the mentoring is really kind of two pieces. You have mentoring that is required when you're a new teacher. You also have mentoring when you, as the certificated staff, want that as part of your IT. So we wanted to make sure that both are there, but it's separated out in a way that lines things out, makes some sense.
okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Okay, 411.2.
Yeah.
This, the intent here, and what's important is that it's in our contract, because it's when a teacher receives less than distinguished on their evaluation, that they get something from the administrator that puts them in the right direction about how to fix that. And so that's, it's under mentorship, but it, you know, because it's asking the administrator will partner with the association, or the administrator will just help them out and not just say, here, go read a book on discipline, but let me help you figure out how to be a better teacher.
Where did this language come from?
It's
Is it new?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
And up above in 411 mentoring, it's part of that structure.
It's
already in the contract.
This is something that we,
And that's what I got it open in front of me, that's what I'm looking
Original
for.
411.
Original 411,
Page 11.
I see where you are.
that's there because we've collaborated on
I
this
see,
with
that's the
district.
original 411. Okay. No changes in, well, I recall, on either of them.
Yeah,
Same with
we,
third.
we just wanted to include those just for numbering.
I get that, yeah, it does make it easier to flow. 413.2, you have the original proposal, if I have that right, or is there a change on that? It's just a rejection, so it's,
So that's, yeah, that's
okay. Okay, so no questions. And that's the same language too, and that is the same financial issue.
What, what,
Well, I can't tell you what class sizes are going to be right now because student numbers are down and we're 60 over on staff, give or take. Could be 50, could be 62. Don't hold me to that exact number. How many staff would have to be added, at least for subsections 1, 2, and 3? How many additional paras or behavioral support aides for I did have a clarifying question on this one I didn't ask earlier. In subsection 3 of 414, we're talking about, my question is really the last clause, regardless of IEP and 504 status. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying. If a kid doesn't have a 504 IEP, this is going to apply. If a child does have an IEP or 504 status, I'm assuming you don't intend to change the IEP or 504. It's just this would apply to students who don't have that status.
correct, yeah.
You could read it either way.
Do you have a suggestion?
Not yet.
The intention was to get support for kids that were not on IEPs, because usually in an elementary school, we are only able to get help for students that are already identified as IEP students. But there is a lot of data collecting and things that have to happen in between them coming into our classroom and us getting them referred for an IEP.
Right.
And so having another person that would be there to help track the data and do all of those things would be immensely helpful in those kinds of situations, especially when the students are violent.
I think number 3 is probably, as far as our membership is concerned, it's one of the biggest things is the rise in the behaviors.
I understand that. Right.
It's that, when we have it could be like a kid who hasn't, maybe just moved in, right? Into town and doesn't have much that comes with him. And he begins to behave poorly the first week, or even the second. But when I say behaves poorly, it's something that ruins and destroys the structure of the classroom and hurts the classroom safety for the other kids. So teacher is constantly moving kids in and out of the room to calm this kid down and isn't getting that one-to-one support. So there's just no way a teacher can try to keep the classroom safe for all the students when that one kid is constantly disrupting it. And so there needs to be a very quick fix there. They need to be able to get some sort of help immediately from the district when that is that way.
In order to be able to keep instructing the other students in the class.
And I think we had a pretty good discussion when we presented the first of all of these, that student behaviors are an issue nationally. It is just, I believe I told you it's above my pay grade to know what the solution was. I wish I did know what the solution was.
We won't find out what the solution is until we try a lot of different ways.
There may be some serious truth to that. Okay. Is this where we started to get the funky numbering? The 14, 13, 14, 15?
Somewhere in here.
Yes,
yeah.
okay. Okay. Protecting the education. That's where I believe I started going with just the headings. Okay.
So on the 414 one,
Right, there's a, no, it's what we had put out this, let's talk about that. Well, let me find it. It's okay, there's a lot in here. Okay.
so yeah, striking through preventative tier 2 and tier 3, striking through building administrator can invite SLP,
To make it broader.
and then
Yep.
building administration may invite. We like that.
I thought, yeah, I thought that that was important to make it broader because I didn't want us to limit by a list. Well, we could be missing somebody, okay?
Yeah.
So what did you change in this one? I mean, don't go away, I
In
didn't-
this next one, or as outlined in the student's IEP or 504. So this is to, because your last proposal had struck through the building
Behavior
behavior
matrix.
matrix. And so we wanted it to kind of be both. So if a student is not on an IEP or a 504, then we refer to the building's behavior matrix. But if a student is on an IEP or 504, then we have to follow the IEP or 504.
Talk to me about the building behavior matrix from your perspective.
So in the secondary schools, there's the
Chart,
matrix,
yep,
if
the
this,
chart,
then this, if
yeah.
this, then this, if this, then this. And so the idea here is making sure that this behavior is immediately addressed using that matrix.
We already talked about 1415 too. That was the section that I told you I had lifted the subject matter to Article 8. Okay, you had a counter on 414 on the curriculum adoption committee. Curriculum committee, okay. Of our policy.
Yeah, so just changing this
We've covered the. well,
to not
broader
get
gamut.
confused with the curricular materials adoption committee.
Okay. Counter and 415 and 416, yeah, let's hopefully get the numbering. And this is the one where we were having the questions on the meeting. Struck out the last. Okay? Once per trimester.
Yeah, and this is
I,
maybe a point of clarification.
I understand what she was saying.
Because the original contract says monthly, and then your last proposal said once per trimester.
Then we moved
and
it to the end of the.
We had kept that, and then your next proposal had said once each year.
So you want it back to once per trimester.
Yeah, which is what you initially had proposed.
So it's a counter to the counter to the original to, yeah. 416.1, you're rejecting the root, you want that language in.
Correct, yes.
I also, there are a couple things I could add to worries with substitutes that the substitute committee is still working on. Every year, we are wondering how much money that the district has to spend when they pay a teacher to pick up the class as a sub. They pay the teachers a certain amount of money, and we worry that that's probably more, it is more than you would pay a sub, and that could be quite expensive when we always use that, because we still are short of substitutes, and we're trying to, it's getting better every year, but like that should be something that is really looked at. Why are we spending more money on that?
But playing devil's advocate on that is putting a teacher in that classroom, providing a better, a professionally qualified person in that room than a sub.
That's a great argument, and the other argument would be when you've got a teacher who doesn't have any time during the day,
Yep.
it destroys, the ability to properly plan for the next day. So we just feel that the substitute joint study committee, and they even said that they're not completely done, they have work to do, so we're not sure why after they said that we would want to do this.
And to that, I would also add if we're paying certificated staff that is already on payroll, $30 to cover a class, is that money better suited to attract qualified subs that maybe do have a teaching license, because those are the people we want. That's why we pay them a little bit more. But is that not attractive enough for certificated people that are in our community? And so that's the work of the committee, to explore options and to figure out how to make the situation better and more attractive.
417, you want that language back in,
Yeah, correct.
and 419 is a change, okay, is a counter, so,
And with the student transfer drop, your last proposal, you had said that it changes to 4.2, how to address that. But we don't feel that this issue just has to do with intimidation and harassment. This issue has to do with our responsibility to communicate with parents.
You know, sometimes in a school, a counselor might make the change and not tell the teacher, and then the teacher, it just is the ability to tell the teacher. If that's what this is about, the ability to just tell the teacher prior to that transfer process. It is the teacher's classroom.
I understand that, but I don't, I see that's in the first sentence, that the teacher will be notified prior to, and I'm not sure it necessarily prior to the transfer drop is really when you're going to be notified, it's realistically going to be after. But how does that tie into the second sentence?
That then when, for instance, that if their kids go to the counselors, they need to be told that there is, you might have to pay that $40 at the end of the year if you don't take that test.
Yeah, and I think the way this has kind of played out is, you know, Johnny's parents go to the front office and they want to talk to a counselor and say, we want to be dropped from this class. Then the counselor would reach out to the teacher and say, hey, here's what's going
Johnny's
on.
dropping out, yeah.
Or maybe it's not necessarily the teacher that reaches out to the parents to inform them of the possible academic financial impact.
I would
Maybe,
agree with you on
maybe
that, yeah.
maybe the counselor does. And so that's why that's a little looser, is so that it might be the staff that's face to face with that parent. But it is our responsibility as certificated staff to communicate with them. And the reason it's prior to transfer or drop is so that while Johnny's parents are in the counselor's office, the counselor gives a call or sends an email to the teacher, and that teacher has a chance to respond
Respond to what?
to the counselor, letting them know.
Shouldn't the counselor know at a certain point in time, it's gonna have a grade or a W or an F that they failed? The counselor should know if it's a college course, they could end up with a academic consequence. The counselor should likewise know if there's gonna be a cost.
They should, they might not, and so they would need to
We
check
have
with the
new
teacher.
counselors that don't always know everything.
No, the course materials, I get that you wanna make sure your books get back to your class.
That doesn't always happen prior to, at least somebody's trying to track them down.
Track down the books, or whatever. curriculum
It's
materials.
really just letting them know before the situation, what kids were moved.
Sometimes it's instruments.
I can see that in your world. Okay, and I know the price of instruments, so I get that. Okay. Formal feedback, it's the strike through in the italics that are the change.
Yeah.
Correct.
Not an evaluation, but a form of employment.
All right, I will, can you send me this?
Yeah.
Or send it to Paula or to whomever.
And then you wanted us to look at 5.
Yeah, I got 5 here ready for you.
Great.
And, I think Carla said did 5, so
We've already
you already have it.
got one more spare.
Absolutely do for you, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thankfully 5 is shorter than 4. Section here. What I've done in 5.1.3, we have proposed a counter. We did clean up the open board meeting underlying bold situation, so that was the language in the original. The biggest problem with the strikeout isn't the concept of feedback, it isn't the concept of input. It's a concept of nobody really can tell in advance or have a clue when the issue of, hey, we need a district policy or procedure regarding this. The principal could be in a meeting with the superintendent and say, hey, you know, I had this event happen, we need a policy or procedure on this. Well, you didn't have the opportunity to participate in a meeting, and you wouldn't, because it's a meeting between 2 employees. So I thought about that and it was like, okay, what is really the important thing is the certificated staff policies that affect your working. So, we kept the strikeout and added in a sentence that the superintendent will meet with the association president regarding any proposed amendment to a section 800 policy once such has been agendized. It's my understanding that there is already a meeting that occurs between the president and the association president on the day of a board meeting. That would clearly fall into that timeline. That doesn't mean they couldn't have a different meeting time if it was agendized earlier. But that's going to give at least the opportunity one-on-one to actually sit and really talk about a policy that impacts your working conditions. Which, from listening to that, sounded to me, and trying to interpret what you were sharing, is the important issue, is making sure that you have a voice in policies that impact your work. So that was the counter in 5.1. 5.2, I think we had both agreed on. So I think I have a TA written next to that. 5.3. Okay. Back to our norms.
I agree with 5.7.
Or excuse me, 5.7. Back to our norms. This is the farthest push. I represent just like you do, right? This is the farthest push I'm going to get. This is the farthest I'm going to get the board on this language that is ratifiable by at least 3 board members. Sorry, I hand wrote in the D. I figured if we hand wrote in some S's yesterday or Wednesday, we can hand write in a D. It includes a potential for an oral report. It includes a requirement for a written report associated with each of the meetings. And it was just easier to strike out the language in 5.7 and add in a new paragraph rather than trying to continue to make that paragraph. So that is the language that's proposed there in 5.7. I also then, if you flip it over, squished 5.9 into there and are respectfully rejecting that. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the rationale on that. Obviously, from the district's perspective, this paragraph reduces the flexibility of the district to address personnel, and I'm going to use the term misconduct, but you'll understand as I get down into this, I have some confusion with the language as to whether that was what was entirely intended. And I appreciate the fact that you did. I try to identify or recognize that there could be situations where the progressive discipline that you were identifying just isn't applicable or shouldn't be applicable. So I do recognize and appreciate that. My problem with that is I can't guarantee you that list is exhaustive. I can't guarantee every situation is necessarily going to be covered there. Because as written, somebody gets at least 3, if not 4, bites at the apple of misconduct before the district can say, okay, we're done. So that limits things. I can't identify everything. And then I want to talk about some of the language in here in general. As you use the term discipline and where is it? Just cause. And then down in step 3, we use plan of improvement. And remember I said I was going to use the word misconduct. The plan of improvement in a probationary context is rarely something that addresses misconduct. It's performance-based. And that's not intended to be disciplinary. That is intended to be supportive measures, additional training, helping a teacher get somewhere. So it doesn't fit if what you're intending is to be truly, that's okay, truly, misconduct based, as opposed to performance based. When I got to that point and thought, okay, if this is really broader than misconduct based, is the definition of discipline including non-renewal based on performance? Because I don't really consider that to be misconduct based. I consider that to be performance based. just cause can mean something different to everybody in anything. And when you're looking at just cause in the context of terminating an employee, Idaho code covers that in 335135. We have to, if you're being terminated, we have to prove that the allegations against the employee are truthful and that that's what the board is doing. So the mere setup of the way the code exists, if we're talking about termination for misconduct as opposed to performance-based, which would trigger the plan of improvement. I'm also just gonna take it down to the last issue is, this isn't in the best interest of kids. And having an employee who basically acts this shy of sexually abusing somebody or illegal activities, getting 4 bites at the apple before the district can do something, this really isn't in the best interest of kids. So for those reasons, it was, there is no counter on that. It's just struck.
Do you not think that sexual misconduct would fall under concerns of child safety?
The question of what is and is not sexual misconduct is a question of fact. Is it grooming? Is it actually touching with somebody? Or is it actually engaging in an act of sexual misconduct? I have had situations in 35 years where somebody may have been grooming somebody, may not have been grooming somebody, may, the parent clearly thinks it's sexual misconduct, but the school or the district may not. So it's those kind of, what a parent might think is child safety versus what a teacher might think is child safety are two entirely different things. I think illegal activity is probably a little bit closer that we would all, but is that convicted of an illegal activity, committing one, accused of one, charged with one? Same with a violation of the PSC code. You have to have a finding against the teacher before we can do an oral, can take action. So it's just so broad.
These are just the things that you wouldn't use this for, like except in cases warranting.
And I'm telling you, I
immediate
can't
discharge.
identify every exception. You've identified 3, there's probably 20.
So I hear what you're saying.
I know good teachers don't want this to happen either. I know that.
I think that maybe this came out of the current culture that all the teachers are in District 91 are feeling is that they're,
Share that with me. So I have an understanding of where you're coming.
they are nervous that they could get fired for anything. They are feeling unsure about their life, their jobs, their ability to pay their mortgage. They're just very scared about speaking up when they see something that's wrong. They're afraid to speak at a board meeting because they might get harassed or picked on at work or may lose their job, even though in reality that probably, but they want to.
But it's the feeling, it's the perception.
Feeling, right? And I think this came out of that. It came out of trying to make sure that our employees feel that they aren't going to just be told, you're just not a good fit for us. So I'm sorry, we're gonna let you go. Or, or I just didn't like how you said that. And so I'm gonna make sure that you go to another school where you work half-time in a place that's not fun, right? I think they feel that life could be made really hard for them if they speak out. And that's where this came from.
And it's not necessarily just firing. It's
Well, and that's where,
a change of working conditions
Um,
that can, feel like a reprimand, or maybe it's not stated that it is, but the intention could be there from an administrator.
and I understand what you're saying. I do. And I understand if I was in that shoe, I might feel that way too. That's also then taking it down to the subjective perception of what this means as well. When I have all this gray to begin with. I might feel that a change of workplace is discipline or reprimand. And And all of this has to happen first. If we don't meet the exceptions, it has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever, just other than somebody's perception.
I think I just wanted teachers to feel that if they're doing their job, they're doing a good job, and they see something that's wrong and they speak out about it, whether they speak out at the board or they speak out to their administrator, they're still gonna have a job and they're going to be fired for that. That's the just cause. Like, you're not gonna fire them for having a voice or speaking out when they see something that is wrong or saying that that's unfair. And they don't want to not be fired, but instead be told, well, there isn't a position in your school for that, so we're going to move you to another school where you can, if you want, work with low-level reading kids even though you teach math. You know, or something bizarre like that. I mean, that's clearly, that's clearly like a retribution, right? That's clearly, oh, you didn't like that I spoke out, and so now I'm being moved to another building. And I know it might sound to some people as illogical, but it's the feeling that the members in this district are feeling right now. And I personally don't know how to make them feel better about that.
And I
So I
appreciate that,
feel
because
that-
I don't either.
That this could have been something that might make them feel like they do have the right to voice an opinion to their administrators, or when they see an administrator doing something wrong, that they have a place to go to for that. And, you know what I mean? And they won't get fired for saying that. That's what this is for.
Well, I mean, to actually, and this is, like you said, I'm not sure I know how to make somebody feel good about that either. Because legally, being fired or terminated as a teacher is entirely different than being non-renewed, misconduct, performance, RIF, category 1 teacher, retired teacher, I could keep going. But you know what I'm saying. They are two entirely different things. And to actually terminate a teacher can only happen for 3 reasons under Idaho law. But it's making that teacher understand that.
In this current time and culture that we're in.
Now, when you say,
Sometimes when we think that up is this way and down is this way, currently some of us feel it's upside down. Like what we never thought was possible is happening. What we never thought would happen is happening. And that makes people feel that that the foundation is unstable. And so even though we know that there are only these 3,
yeah,
it just, they can't get past that. It's still there. It's still a fear. It's people have this fear walking around in their schools.
and I appreciate and understand that, but my problem with it is given this totally hamstrings a district to be able to address real personnel problems, which isn't good for kids. And that's literally what it comes down to. It's about the little people, not the big people. I mean, I know we're here negotiating for the big people. But this doesn't,
solve the problem.
no,
we're speaking
it
about.
doesn't solve the problem that we're speaking about. I appreciate you sharing that, and I understand you sharing that, and to some extent, that also explains a little bit about
Evaluation,
the
not an evaluation.
the flash. Yes, you knew what section I was going to. I didn't have the number at the top of my head. And it also makes me think, because you were talking about a learning coach coming into somebody's classroom and saying, hey, you can't do that. So it's sort of tying that all together. I'm assuming in you giving that example that has really happened to somebody.
It happened to me, but it was a coworker when I was in my first couple years of teaching.
It's not just me, to be clear.
Yeah.
No, but that's
There
okay.
were
I'm
instances.
saying, let me think. This is why, okay, when I told you I'm gonna ask why, and we're gonna dig into the weeds, a lot of it is, okay, I may not be able to come up with a perfect example, and I may not be able to put language in here that makes you happy. But I do wanna make sure you felt that you were heard, and that the issues are of importance. I mean, even if I don't put language in there that we're gonna do a climate survey that goes into an administrator's evaluation, I understand the importance of the climate survey. I understand where that's coming from. That can be shared. Hey, it's on video. The world has seen it. And I've already told you, we're looking into that. I just don't know what the tool is.
It's a glacial pace sometimes.
Yeah, welcome to government, right? Okay.
Education moves fast.
Sometimes it goes slow, it goes fast. I've heard that line before in education. I'm assuming 10 and 11, you were working on both.
Yeah.
Why don't you look at 5, 10, and 11, and I will look at 4. And we'll be back in 20 minutes,
20, okay.
20. You know I'll ask for roll, but let's start with the 20. Excellent, and I put 4 copies that are probably underneath your thing there.
Wonderful, thank you.
And they are hot off the press, so they're warm again.
Good.
All right, so,
Yes, okay.
all right, let's just start with 4.2.2. Yeah, you see a C next to it, but it's a really small C. You will see that I changed the first, I put a clause before the first sentence, that efforts will be made such that any concern involving a teacher will. Now, I can't guarantee it, but efforts will be made. If you flip, that is the only change from what you had done. Staff to staff in 4.3, we had already TA'd. Academic freedom, again, she should have put a small c. There is a change, not to the language that you added, but we changed a clause beneath it that reflects back up.
Which
And
one? I'm so sorry.
in 4.5.
Thank you.
Academic freedom. So we kept the new language that you put in there, but if you go down to 4.5.1.2, that is where the counter is located, just referencing to the State Department of Education, since they are the ones that are in charge of the dyslexia, the, whatever the reading thing is again, touching my head, not up there. So that is the only addition there. Okay, 4.6.1 is a counter as well under fair treatment. In the event the district provides training for all administrators, both building and district level, on evaluation policies regarding certificated employees, a member of the representative organization will be included in the training. We went broader on the top half. That's fine. Or broader on the bottom part of that, top on the, heavier on the top in case the co-chair can't be there or whatever. We had already TA'd on 4.11. 4.12 or 4.11 on mentoring again. Yeah, our numbering, right? This is the original language that currently exists and struck everything. And that includes striking that 4.11.2 that was the original language of the agreement that you had tweaked for professional and advanced professional. If the association wants to provide PD for those people, nobody has, I mean, obviously that's between the association and the teachers. Not a big deal, but getting the district out of that, and going back to the original language. If I recall, 12 and 13, you had just added in there that there weren't any changes on that, right? Right. We just shaded it because we can stand with that. 4.11.13, supervision. There is a C next to that. That is back to the original language. For 4.14, the classroom safety that you wanted to include, we are rejecting that. Quite simply, I don't think anybody disagrees or disputes that there are classroom safety issues or concerns that somebody might have. It's just, quite frankly, the cost of what's been proposed here is just not something. And there are already 60 teachers over. It's realistically something you can. 4.14.1 classroom safety. Yeah, I know it gets confusing when we have too many of the same thing. That's the language that you were fine with, except you had a counter in at the secondary labor behavior will be immediately addressed. You had added or is outlined in the student's IEP or 504. We've struck that whole thing, and the sentence below it's the replacement, just because it's getting faster to do that and to cut and paste. And it went, at the secondary level, behavior will be immediately addressed by the building established behavior procedures. There are buildings that don't have a discipline matrix or behavior matrix. So that would have meant nothing to those. Whereas if we follow our procedures, whether it's called a behavior matrix or something else, it is covered. That also would cover students' IEP or 504. The rest of it, I believe we had already, you and I were already on the same page. 415.2, that's the one where I told you I've moved that subject matter to Article 8, where it's got professional learning, whatever that professional development learning, I think it's got different names depending upon whose version you're currently looking at. Curriculum adoption committees, kept the name as it was because again, just like the section where we talked about educational freedom to present, that's going to tell a teacher where it is. And we've taken the language that was in there, struck it out, and put in new language. As for board policy 2100, that language is out of policy 2100. Down to goals, which is line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then starting on line 7, for major program adoptions and multi-grade level core instructional resource adoptions, a committee will convene, which will include teachers with content area of expertise. The language that was in here before started talking about, we had content area of expertise, and every effort will be made to have representation from each building and grade level impacted by adoption. In application, that hasn't occurred because either schools have refused to participate, and or the adoption does not impact their grade level, their school. So that's what just will include teachers with content area expertise. The committee will make recommendations for curriculum adoption or implementation. The curriculum material adoption committee, which is the official name, out of that policy, and it ties it back into that policy. So then in 415, or whatever number it really is, we have TA'd off on the language that you presented on covering classes in case of substitute shortage. So once per trimester. The substitute joint study committee, we still have that struck and have the desire not to include that into the agreement as it has existed in the past. I do not know why the heading for student transfer drop is struck other than maybe for a numbering reason, but this subject matter under 416 or 417, whichever one you're going with, is still the subject matter of student transfer drop. We have kept the first sentence, changed the word prior to the drop to upon the drop. Could be before, could be during, could be after. So upon the student dropping it. The information of possible academic or financial impact. By striking that here, please do not believe that doesn't mean that conversation is not going to occur. It's just not part of the agreement. Obviously, we will go after course materials again. Students not part of the agreement, but that doesn't mean we won't try to get the coursework. And then we have on 419 or 18 or 17, what number it ends up being, have rejected the inclusion of that paragraph in there on the formal feedback, whether it's an evaluation or feedback.
So just a quick clarification,
Absolutely.
that student transfer drop, that's a counter.
Yes, oh, I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. We missed it's a C. And, yes. You have number 5 for me to take a look at. And then I'll take a look, and then I figured we'd take a few moments both to read and then ask some questions if that works for you.
I thought I did, I must have left it in my phone.
As long as we make sure it's one back there, we're good.
You said it. Okay, thank you.
And
Oh,
Are we doing questions or are we doing?
we're gonna, I think we should both take a look and then we can take a few moments to digest and ask some questions. You've added 511 and 12, that's just adding the language back in.
Yeah,
No,
it's just all in one
same
place.
with 14.
Yes,
Okay, same, okay.
So 513, we have a counter there.
Okay,
And we took that board policy and then we listed out some others that we feel
Okay,
like
I'll
are
take a look at those, that makes sense.
applicable. Fiscal management, public complaints, negotiations, certified personnel, classified personnel. That 1,000 is the students, because there's two 1,000 sections.
It's
in
part of
the
the,
board
yeah,
policy.
yep.
2,000 is instruction, 3,000 is students, and 5,000 is personnel.
Okay. TA on 5.2,
Yes.
okay.
And on 5.7, we call this a table.
Oh, okay.
And you had kind of alluded to this being somewhat
hill.
a line in the
The hill.
sand for the board. And
I understand what you're asking.
we're hoping for a little more explanation as to why this is an issue for the board current.
And I appreciate the way you said that currently. Because when I told you it's a line in the sand or a hill, or this is, I believe the words I use, this is stretching it as absolutely far as this current board will go for ratification from 3 votes. Doesn't mean future board will have the same opinion, but it's currently, that is how this board wants it. A lot of it is just control over its own meetings. They still want to hear from you, which is evidenced by the written report. They just don't want it to necessarily be an oral report at every meeting. It could be an oral report if they, ask you to do one or based upon one, but this is what they want. This is what we share.
Can you speak to the concern of the oral report at each meeting?
Part of it is literally just the concern of it. The changes that are happening in their future meetings and having some control over those meetings. Some of it is also going to be the length of some of those meetings, because where you didn't have people before when it was limited to one subject matter, they may have some concerns of that. This is just simply that, also the comment that I had made to you earlier, the difference in quality between an oral report and a written report. I have absolutely no doubt that everybody does a better job on a written report, having seen the differences over COVID. It's a complex of those issues.
And
And-
has there been any discussion on what these parameters may be? Because I think that's where a lot of our questions and confusion comes
I can do
from.
that.
There just seems like there's a lot of variables. in
They
this-
could
in this
ask
paragraph.
you to theoretically, okay, you gave me a list of, and I'll just go off this. Say that the board is proposing an amendment to a policy, I think it was section 800, was that the one I initially had in here?
Yes.
They may ask you to come to speak on that point, precisely, hey, can you come in and give us an oral report about what you guys think about the changes we're making to section 800? I would expect you would still send them something in writing, because, one, they would like that, two, you can do that. But it would be something along that lines of, we're doing a curriculum review, you guys were part of the adoption, what do you have to think about it? Why did you like it? Why didn't you like it? I can't give you every example,
Sure,
but I'm
sure,
just
sure.
pulling two off the top of my head of, that's the type of thing that they would be considering.
I think it's concerning that it's taking away the voice of the representative organization, and um, I think we can all admit that it's less likely that people will go and leave. And it's also oftentimes when we, this year, not the year before, but this year had to present or submit the report written, it was not even put on the agenda so that people could read it. So the board member could not have seen it before that meeting. So our voice was even chopped down more. So we feel that now working with this and taking away our voice like that doesn't really ensure that we're ever going to have anything to say and bring before the board.
On to 5.9.
5.9, I don't know what a WP is.
WP stands for withdrawal of the proposal.
Yeah. Yeah, I know she's been reading, let's go through that and see if we've got questions. Or, sorry. I just know if I don't punch the hole down in the right order,
I can relate.
yes, it ends up out of order. Go ahead.
Okay, so on, for the mentoring.
Okay.
So you said it's because of the money?
Well, it's the money, it's the detail, because I'm looking at 411 to include that 411-2.
Sure.
While I appreciate the fact that everybody wants, especially in that one, for example, you want to be distinguished, I get that.
Well, wait, before you go to 411.2, which the two are very different.
Yes, they are.
Could you just speak to 411.1 and why, other than money, that this is not, why you guys reject this, other than money?
Well, money is the primary reason, absolutely, because one, figuring out what this will cost, this, in looking at it, even with the reduced, and I appreciate the reduction, is a substantial chunk. This used to be paid for out of, before.
Well, this year,
Thank you. Well, Esther funds, and in the past, it was paid where the leadership premiums came from the state, and they don't exist anymore.
right, but this year there are people getting in return. And it's not coming from the state, so I
Well,
mean,
and we're looking at next year's budget, not this year's budget. This is a completely and clearly a budgetary item, which we haven't gotten to yet. And you'll recall when we first brought this up, I'm like, if you want to talk about mentorship stipends or mentorship money, that would be the time to do it when we get to, is it Article 12? 13.
Well, 12, 13.
12, 13. I mean, realistically, you're down units. We're down, we have no ESSER funds, you're down units. You will be down on discretionary dollars because you're down on units. We're over approximately 60 teachers. So while this year's money, it may have been there, I can't guarantee that it'll be there for next year.
realistically,
Realistically, I hope it
the
is.
state has to give, the state has said that the district has to offer mentoring.
And the state has said the district has to do a lot of things they don't pay for, unfortunately. I think you would probably
So
agree on
how
that.
will they provide, I mean, I like how you wrote, the teachers have the right to receive mentoring. When will we receive the mentoring?
I did not write this language, but that's already in there.
So when will they receive mentoring if you've gotten rid of that?
That is one of those things that the district, it's the district's responsibility to figure out, the district will figure that out.
Counterintuitive. I have another question on 411.2 then.
Okay?
Your reasoning was, what was it again?
Anytime we're holding, okay, let's start. We are talking about PD for, those who do not hit distinguished in domain 2 or 3, as well as anyone self-identified as believing that they need PD. We have all sorts of PD options that people come to, do not come to. They certainly may or may not have subject matters that relate to domain 2 or 3 in the coming year. It's just going to depend upon what opportunities are made available for professional development from year to year. Every time we add something different or on top of, I guess would be, is that going to be one more thing that has to be addressed or paid for? I think personally, it's great that somebody who is less than distinguished really wants to get to distinguished. But having to put this in the agreement itself, especially in this section, when we're talking about professional development in that kind of a context, it's just not, these teachers are already wonderful teachers, they're already doing great, limited economic priorities. And that's why I said, if the association still wants to have the opportunity to provide that PT, I'm sure the teachers would welcome that, that would be great.
So that's 411 mentoring.
411-2 was the question you were asking.
And then supervision.
Yep. back to the exact same language that exists currently in your negotiated agreement.
So you just want to go back to the language, that's your only reason?
The same reason of striking the items that we have struck there that haven't changed from when we struck in the first or second.
Right, I guess I just wanted to know reason why, I mean, other than you just striking it, what's the
No, I explained to you that already that what is, okay, created jointly. What if they don't agree? Who gets priority? Who makes the final decision? What if half the staff agrees? What if the other half doesn't agree? Oh, all of a sudden we have a grievance because somebody thinks it's inequitable. I mean, we went through all of these already
I know
today.
I did, but I thought maybe we could talk a little bit about those early meetings that occur in school when all of the staff is in. That's the kind of thing staff and administrators do. They work together. And so when you make it sound like people will sit and fight and argue and not come to an
Well,
agreement,
Line 3 says they will work together
yes.
with the staff, and that is language that we are keeping in the document.
Then why not work with the rest? I mean, what we're trying to do is make this, here's the problem. Here's why this is in here, is because administrators are not working with staff. They're presenting it. They say, here you go, this is your schedule, and the people have no voice in that schedule. So we put this in there. In fact, we talked about this last year at IBB, and we all agreed that those, and we were told, well, those people who are not doing it, those principals who are not doing it, would be dealt with by the superintendent, and it still didn't happen. So we put this language in to make sure that the teachers have a voice in the supervision schedule. And you're saying, no.
Correct, and I've already explained this to you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
We address everything.
Well, I do have one last question, since I'm just going to keep pushing the substitute joint study committee. Since one of the administrators that is the leader of the substitute joint study committee, who stood right there and said there was work to do tomorrow, he's also saying they should strike it.
And the agreement is not with the administrator's agreement with the board. The board has requested that it be checked. Because they have,
Even work.
no, because they have they've hired a new person to run the process. It is already showing improvement. If you don't think next year's any better, I would expect that you would be sitting here at this table bringing up the same issue again, saying, hey, we tried it, it didn't work. And let's move.
The new person wasn't a new program, they just hired somebody.
And as the
Wasn't it-
person who stood there explained, that person replaced somebody who was working in Nebraska. Maybe I could go back and look at my notes. We have a dedicated person working within the district now who is making great progress on this problem.
So your assertion is that we should trust that and abandon this fail-safe altogether?
The position is that the committee is not felt to be necessary for the coming year. If you disagree at the end of the coming year, please feel free to bring it back. It will certainly be something that would be discussed and considered with position of, okay, we tried this, it didn't work. Let me detail and explain to you why it didn't work and our position of why it didn't work. So let's look at something different. Let's look at a different committee. Let's look at a different option.
You know as well as we do that when you take something out of a contract, it's really hard to do that.
The contract is for a single year. I could have walked in the door and put a piece of paper on the table and said, hey, this is where we're starting. I didn't do that because in good faith, the vast majority of what is in the 13 articles of your current existing agreement are still there. And the vast majority of it is still the exact same language that we've had in the past. I would like you to believe that I've listened and heard what you've said. I may not agree, and I told you that from the very beginning. We're gonna have a good discussion. I'm gonna listen to you, you're gonna listen to me, but that doesn't mean we're necessarily going to agree. And the fact that we didn't agree doesn't mean we didn't listen, doesn't mean that somebody's acting in bad faith. It just, we disagree. And that's okay.
Can I ask a question, maybe a little more generally?
Sure.
About committees? Is the board's position that this committee specifically needs to go, or that this is
I think
an
great
attempt to
question.
limit the amount of committees generally?
I think that's a great question. And I think the answer to that is actually twofold. One, I think that they think this particular committee is not necessary at this time. Doesn't mean in the future. You'll also recall when we talked, it was either Wednesday or the Tuesday before, about prioritizing committees. There's a lot of committees. Any committee that is in the negotiated agreement is considered to be a board committee. That necessitates open meeting minutes, public notice, open to the public, the whole 9 yards. That's different than an administrative committee that doesn't have to go by all those rules. I am sure that there are committees in the district that are administrative committees that aren't in the negotiated agreement, that operate just fine, get to the same places and make recommendations
Sure.
that advance. It's starting to limit some, that comes at a cost, that comes at a personnel, you know. So yeah, 11 is hot, that I know of for a district this size.
Well,
So that,
Previously
for
you-
that particular answer is too.
yeah, well, previously you had asked us to count the committees. We can verify there are 11. One is in a memorandum, so that would expire. And
Well, technically they all expire, but I know what you're
sure,
saying.
sure.
And if the entire purpose was to get rid of all the committees, we did just keep the curriculum committee in here.
Correct, yeah, and we appreciate it. But we didn't just count the committees, we also looked at how many meetings these are. And if you take away this problem-solving committee in the memorandum, then there are 8 required meetings. Some are variable, but as a minimum, there are 8 required meetings. So
But if you're,
when we look at committees generally, or is the board saying that they're unwilling to pay for someone to create an agenda for 8 meetings?
well, it's not just that, it's also the fact that how many of them stood here and met literally like the week before they presented the report? Don't get me wrong, this is nothing personal against those people. I thought everybody did a great job. If a committee's meeting once, is it the week of the negotiations, is that really a necessary committee? And examining that. The curriculum committee doesn't meet once, I get that. And that's also why it's still.
Which committee are you talking about that met at the last meeting?
I have to go back and look at my notes, but there were a few committees that met once or met at the last minute.
Because I see we have an evaluations committee that meets as needed, curriculum adoption that meets as needed.
But the evaluation committee was one that met literally right before we met. Because it wasn't needed.
As needed.
If it doesn't need to meet, why do we have a committee? If nothing has changed in evaluations, we're still having,
The
if there's,
committee's there if it's needed.
we would have to change the evaluation policy for it to be needed. Because and what you have to do
And
to
then
change
if
an
you're not
evaluation
changing
policy,
then you don't have to have the committee meet. And
which
then
means the committee doesn't need to exist.
I
if
think the
they're not
committee would
needed.
need to exist if there is a change. It's as needed.
If there is a change, do you know what it takes to change the evaluation? Under item law.
I'm not on the evaluations.
It isn't just we change it. It involves, it's controlled under the Idaho Administrative Procedures Act, or OEDO 202-120.
Fine.
It will never change without your involvement.
So then there shouldn't
Well-
be a committee? I don't know.
I am telling you that the board does not believe there needs to be a committee when.
But if
they
it's
meet
required,
once.
then there will be a committee?
That isn't what I said. Because the curriculum committee is not required. There is a curriculum committee.
Okay, and that committee meets as needed as well. They might
Throughout
not
the
meet if
course of,
there's-
well, we already know they're gonna meet, because we talked about finishing up the work that they did last semester and a math adoption that's coming up for next school year.
Okay, and then they're meeting as,
And they had to start all over and throw out everything that they did.
that was
I
professional.
get it.
Excuse me, that was a PD committee.
And
I'm telling you, this is what the board's position is. I know you don't like it, and that's fine, and I know, I told you, we're gonna have discussions
and
about
it's
things
not
that
just
we
that we
don't
don't like
disagree on.
it, we're also trying to understand the board's position so we can better work on the agreement.
And one, there's too many. Two, they're questioning the purpose of some of them when they only have to meet once or not at all. Or they're meeting at the last minute. We talked about having to comply with the open meetings. They're putting the district at risk for open meeting law compliance violations associated with committees who they have no control over, who, if it's done right or done wrong.
So they don't have control over the personnel that they put.
No,
on
well,
those
you
committees?
always have the risk that somebody's gonna complain, something is done right or done wrong. There's always a risk.
So we have no committees because they're.
I didn't say there's no committees. At no point in time have I said there is no
Okay, I
committee.
take that back. So then we cut some of these committees that we feel are necessary, that our unit feels are necessary, because they give us a voice. And I think about the Joint Substitute Committee, which I have served on. And one of the biggest issues that we have is that we are constantly being asked to cover other people's classes because there aren't substitutes. And every day I get an email asking me to cover. And I can't give up my prep period to do that, right?
That's
And a
an
lot of
acceptable
people
answer.
can't. So if we get rid of the Joint Substitute Committee, then that gets rid of the opportunity to do some research into how many requests have you had to ask on a daily basis for coverage by a teacher. We don't have that information.
You can ask for that
Well,
information. It's
right,
public
but if
record.
you cut the committee, if the board cuts the committee, then who is going to ask that? Who is going to get that information?
The district's HR department who's in charge of the substitutes.
So
clearly
are
will
they
be
gonna, are
tracking
they
it.
gonna track that if we don't have a committee?
Excuse me. I think we probably need a break. If you're sitting here laughing while we're having a conversation with due respect.
You're right. You're
Okay,
right.
then
I
you
shouldn't
right.
have laughed about the HR having control over substitutes. You're right.
I suggest you look at 4, or excuse me, you look at, 4, I'll look at 5.
We're getting low on our time. Should we reconvene at the end of the
Well-
next meeting?
Why don't we do this? How about you give me 10 minutes to look at 5,
Okay.
because I think we're very close.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
I have 3 quick questions.
Sure.
Do you know if policy 506 still exists?
It does, I think it is a newer,
They told me it doesn't exist, but I gotta be honest, with you, I'm not finding
I
506.
click on 500. See 506 public complaints.
I've been told that was moved to.
It's on the agenda for the
Ah, okay. Clarification, the 1000s, and you put paren students, so I'm assuming you mean the 1000s that still relate to students, not as the 1000s that are board of trustees that are. Okay, then it will be 3,000. Yeah, students, okay,
Students will change to 3,000.
okay.
Is
Um,
is that what you're saying?
yes, I'm just making sure that that's what that paren meant. I think we can tee off on 513. I want to ask a clarifying question. They're telling me public complaint is 4110, just for future reference. Okay. If there's not a 506, they won't have anything to talk about. If there's a change to 506. If there's an adoption to 506, maybe they will, all right? When you say table 57, tell me what that means to you. I want to make sure we're on the same page before we.
As far as like procedural.
What does it mean to you from a procedural standpoint? You got it.
I think we meant table until the next proposal comes through. We can take that.
The proposal will remain exactly the language that is in
Okay,
5.
we just wanted to have a chance to have that
That's,
discussion.
okay. And I thought you were meaning, okay, I want to talk about everything else in 5. Everything but 5-7.
I see.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Still out there, still on the table. We just, for future exchange, I guess.
Okay. All right. Yes, I'll see you Tuesday then.
Okay.
Okay, our agenda.
Before we do that, we just acknowledge a deviation from our norms.
Absolutely.
We, we feel like, maybe it's the long meeting, maybe it's where we are in the process. I think we're passionate about our committees. But we also would say that there's been a deviation from the norms previously. Sometimes we feel that we're being interrupted, sometimes being talked down to. And maybe that's just a feeling,
That's right.
but we just
Your
wanted,
perception is your reality, and I understand.
we just wanted to acknowledge that, put that up. Thank you. So, an agenda for next time,
Welcome.
welcome. Non-financial issues.
Which issues would, my pen died. Which ones would you like to start with?
I think we'll need to revisit 4 and 5. And then from that point, we'll be ready for 8, and 10, and 11.
Given that list, I'm not seeing that we'll get to financial. Yes, we're lucky. I mean, 8,
I'm not
10, and
guessing
11
on
are,
Tuesday.
8, 10, and 11.
I would say 8 is probably the biggest.
I would agree with that, out of
Like,
8,
it's
10, and
there's
11,
more
yep,
there, Yeah,
okay. Then we won't put it on the agenda.
but it sounds like we're close on 4.
I think that's true. Is it possible, on Tuesday, is it possible to exchange the financial and not discuss it? And the reason being, we both know that it takes a while. Takes longer to crunch numbers than to crunch words. That
Right.
makes sense? Because I have a pretty good clue of what's coming across the table, and it's probably not what you're used to having come across the table. Whereas if you have more time to play with it, do whatever, same with what you send back to me. If I've got more time to play with it, it's probably more valuable than us exchanging those and each going back in a room and trying to calculate for the next hour and a half, 2 hours.
I see.
Thoughts on that?
I think we would need to finish the non-financials first. So we see how this plays out, if there are things we want to table and move to that financial discussion, we make sure we finish with all of those variables first.
I could probably help you with that just right now. I've already told you on 4, I can't touch those financials in 4 related to mentoring and that. It's the safety paragraph, I don't remember the qualifying language, the name of the paragraph.
Understood.
Until we get to financials anyway. So nothing about you putting something across the table with a different amount is gonna change that. I'm just gonna be honest and open that I will address that with 12 or 13. Just, so there's nothing that's gonna change in, as far as looking at that beforehand. I'm not saying it won't be looked at, of course it will be looked at, it will be given fair and due consideration.
What other thoughts on it? Yeah, I think the big thing is just finishing up the non-financials first. If we get there Tuesday night, so you're envisioning that we would,
I'm trying
at
to,
the end of the meeting, we exchange, so that way we have time to work on it.
That's-
That's not during a caucus.
thank you, that's exactly what I'm envisioning, that at the end of that meeting, that way we have the opportunity to digest it in a time frame that isn't limited by pockets.
Yeah, I understand. Can we revisit that at the beginning of the next meeting?
I'll be honest with you, I would like to know now, so I know whether or not to even have it
Sure.
prepared.
And I think that's kind of my concern too, is we have some things to work on, with the proposals that you've just given us. And so we want to make sure we use our time wisely and get it prepared for next meeting. And likewise, there are proposals for 8 that we're looking forward to a response on as well.
Mhm.
So,
And 8 is like you said, between 8, 10, and 11, 8 is probably more complicated than 10 and 11. I think we're probably very close on 4 and 5, especially if we put a few things aside, like we both talked about. So one, I want to make sure that we're making the best use of Tuesday, but I also want to make sure that it's not that, okay, I'm just randomly picking a date, okay? Don't hold it.
Sure.
Say that come the week after that, we meet on a Wednesday, the first thing we do is put a financial proposal across the table from each other, and we both go back in a room for hours whereas you could have had it over a week and spent the time analyzing it, and I could have had yours for a week.
I understand.
I just envision a better quality of our opportunity.
I fully understand. How about we will make an attempt to have a proposal, but considering everything else we're working on, we want to prioritize the financial items.
All right,
And we'll be upfront when we
That's-
begin our next meeting.
that's fair.
So that would mean that on the next agenda, we should include that
Included as a potential.
as a potential.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that would welcome non-financial issues, potential financial issues. And that's that.
Okay. And before we conclude, I'm gonna go back to your norms discussion. I understand and appreciate you expressing the perception, and I'm going to do the same. Repeatedly asking me to explain something because you don't like the answer is not good. And that is the perception I receive when I get asked the same question 4 or 5 times about the same, 2 or 3, 3 or 4. I don't mean that. People let me. So from that perception, I explained it. The fact that you don't like the answer is entirely acceptable. there are, as I told you at the beginning, there are gonna be things that I'm going to put forward that you're not gonna like, and there's gonna be you put things forward that I'm not gonna like, and that's okay. There's gonna be explanations that you give that, okay, fine, that is your reasoning. There's gonna be explanations that I give on behalf of the board and managers. So if we can both make an effort to keep those perceptions from the other side in mind, if we can just move on to the 5, 8, and 10, and 11 next year.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, well, join you next week.
We'll see you then.